Yeah, yeah, no worries. Alrighty, hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. We are watching Felix play round six today in the Sligo Chess and Culture Festival taking place in Ireland. And his sixth round is about to begin and looks like it has started. E4 on the board. It appears Felix is playing board one today, so a very important game. He's playing black against international master from Germany. I am Alexander Krastev, who's actually half a point ahead of Felix right now. Krastev has 4.5, and Felix going into this round has 4 points. So yeah, excited to be here. It's looking to be uh, like a very big fight already. We have C5, D6 on the board. I saw Felix played French in an earlier game. Today looks like he's going for Sicilian, maybe Najdorf. So uh, feels like we're in for very big fight on our hands. Let me see if I can try to get the YouTube stream open. Oh, oh, there it is. And hello. Hello, Peter. Hello, Las Vegas. Got somebody guy in the chat. Welcome, folks. Yeah, I just opened the stream so I could see Felix's camera as well. And looks like his opponent there is currently sitting and studying the position. Okay, so bishop b5 check. And this is definitely one of the more, I would say, softer ways of facing the Sicilian. Generally, d4 is going to lead to a very sharp battle. Bishop b5 is known to be more positional. And we'll see how much time Felix spends here to indicate whether he's anticipating this one or not. So Bishop d7 played relatively quickly. So whether or not he was expecting it, he at least had something in mind. Generally speaking, Bishop d7 is the more solid approach here for Black, leading to more strategic positions. Knight d7 is considered to be more like the dynamic way to handle this. But yeah, I think Bishop d7. I imagine Felix is still playing for um, two results here as Black, being the higher rated player, being half point behind in the tournament, and having the title advantage over the opponent as well, being Grandmaster over IM. I feel like that's always important. So it's interesting he chooses Bishop d7 here, which is considered to have like a more solid reputation. But of course, plenty of room still to outplay the opponents in these lines. Now, generally, white takes on d7. That's the main line here, but there are other options as well. I think there's some moves like a4, c4. I'm not sure makes a ton of sense. Maybe c4 is possible here too. But yeah, it seems like white is choosing. But generally, I think bishop takes d7 is played almost exclusively these days. But we'll see. Maybe white has something else up his sleeve, like a4. To me, always feels like a logical idea, just to reinforce the bishop and to say like, okay, if you take on b5, I get to play a takes b and improve the structure a bit. Oh, c4 on the board. Okay, I said this move. I'm not sure makes a lot of sense, but I feel like I have seen it, so I'm pretty sure it is a line. And it looks like if the timestamp is correct, it was played um, within 30 seconds. So relatively quickly. Both players probably still in their very likely still in their book here. But yeah, it's not clear if either side was expecting this going into the game because I know Felix played French earlier in the tournament. Krostev, actually, I haven't seen his games, but it'd be interesting to see what he's done so far with White in the tournament, just to get a feeling for his approach. But let's see, in his first White game, he played e4, e5, and we got like okay, kind of pretty typical modern Rui Lopez. And then in his game against another IM, he actually went d4 as White. So this is a player that can play, he can serve with both hands, so to speak. Um, So in this game, we got d4 and some kind of Nimzo ended in a draw. Okay, so let's get back to our key game. And we'll flip it so we see it from Felix's side. So c4, a6 played after a minute, which means Felix very likely knows this move. Bishop takes d7, and now knight takes d7 played. Now knight takes d7 is interesting because like the conventional logic in these positions is that black wants to take with the queen and then bring the knight out to c6. But I'm sure Felix knows what he's doing, so he goes knight takes d7. And because white is committed to e4 and c4, it very likely indicates that white's going to play d4 to take the center and get this kind of Marazzi bind structure, which will be an interesting version because we've already traded off the light squared bishops. And it's not actually fully clear to me who that favors because that's kind of like the bad bishop for white, but also for black, it's nice to exchange pieces. Okay, let's see. Chat. Oh, is that Peter says it was actually Felix who told him once that when playing black before winning, you need to equalize first. Yeah, that is very common advice and a very common approach. In fact, Fischer was famous for having this approach, saying that, yeah, with black, he was always trying to like win out of the opening, but then he realized that actually first you have to equalize first and then try to play for a win. I'm actually not a huge fan of this advice. Sometimes I feel like I'll just play devil's advocate, but this is actually truly what I truly believe. Sometimes I think it's nice to get a dynamic position out of the opening and just play like a sharp position. So I'm someone that plays the King's Indian, which I know Felix is a fan of as well. So I feel like, maybe he wouldn't be too far from this. But I play Najdorf. I play a lot of like sharp Sicilians, Sveshnikov. So I actually really like, double-edged structures if you're trying to play for a win. In fact, I feel like a double-edged structure is one of the best ways to play for a win. So I never fully got that whole viewpoint of like trying to equalize by like trying to win by equalizing first and then playing for a win. Like I get it, I get it, but I also think like it makes perfect sense to also try to get like an unbalanced position. But of course, it's risky. I also lose a lot of games. This is coming from someone that loses a lot of games, especially with black, right? So, take my advice with with a grain of salt. But I wouldn't say it's advice. It's more that some players just really like to play interesting and complicated positions. Like that's what makes chess like fun for us. And yeah, sometimes that means you have to take risk with black. How did I come to commentate for Felix? Basically, they just asked me, and I happen to be open today. It's a good time. So here I am. Actually, a big fan of Felix's YouTube channel. I've been watching some of his videos with like the opening developments and coverage of top tournaments. Some of the videos he did, like the best opening ideas from the World Cup and from the World Rapid Blitz, just like super high level stuff. So yeah, I like what he's doing with this channel, and it's great to have another streamer. Actually, it's kind of I think it's really fun to follow someone as they're playing live, especially if you can watch them and see all like the emotions of the game and how everything develops. I feel like it's pretty cool. Um, can we briefly go over Felix's round 5 game? Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So okay, E6 just played. Black is essentially anticipating d4 and he's getting his structure set up for that. So it looks like he's going to play some kind of like hedgehog Shevinigan style position where white already has e4, c4. Sometimes black can also play with g6 here. I bet g6 is probably perfectly fine too, but yeah, e6 is a bit different setup, more Najdorf friendly. And it feels like white should be, I would think, a little bit better once they get d4 in, because it feels like they just have a very safe and harmonious position. But I think black is also pretty solid. So yeah, the game is definitely gonna, I think, develop more from here. It's a 90 plus 30. So in my experience, 90 plus 30, these games tend to get very chaotic because players start to spend time. They take a few minutes here, a few minutes there on decisions in the early, early middle game, late opening, and then all of a sudden we have a sharp middle game, sharp end game, and no one has any time on their clock, and things can happen. So okay, yeah, someone asked for a recap of the round five game. In round five, Felix won with white. I was watching a bit of this game. It's actually pretty smooth. So I can show you guys this game. He went knight f3 and g3. So kind of like Catalan type play. Castles knight c6. He goes d4. I've actually been playing this myself quite a bit with white here. D4 is timed right at the moment where black was threatening to go e5 and take over the center. So d4, e6, now c4, and we just kind of transpose back into classic Catalan. And in fact, after bishop e7, now this transposes into the so-called Tarrasch defense, named after the great Siegbert Tarrasch. So takes knight c3, h6, b3, and generally I've always found these positions to be kind of comfortable for white because you get to play against the isolated queen pawn, and here white has this optimal setup where both bishops are fianchettoed beautifully. The knights have a lot of squares to hop to. And yeah, black doesn't really have a lot of activity to compensate for the weak pawn on d5. So to me, this position already feels quite pleasant for white, who doesn't mind exchanging minor pieces here. He goes knight c5, just takes the bishop on d7. It's black's bad bishop, but doesn't matter. The resulting pawn on d5 here is very weak. And yeah, this felt like a very smooth win for Felix. He goes knight f3 here, trying to trade more. Okay, decides against, and queen b2. And okay, black was getting a bit frisky here on the king side, but I don't think he actually really had much the whole time. And now queen f5. Queens come off, rook takes d4. It's just like beautiful endgame for white. Two bishops, pawn on d5 is still huge target. And yeah, he wins this pawn. Two bishops still dominating. And now b4 comes, a4. And black resigned because b5 is a huge threat. The rook on c8 is hanging, and major problem for black is that whenever the knight unpins, white's just taking on c8 here and then picking up on the queen's side. So he's just losing the second pawn, he's losing the third pawn, and it's basically completely gone. Um, so yeah, that was a smooth win. He had, I guess, an unfortunate draw against my friend, the chess nerd, Zachary Sane, in round two. I was following that game. And then in round four, Felix drew against, I think, a junior, Jason Liu, from Ireland. Let's get back to our main board here. So castles just played. And yeah, other than that, Felix has won the rest of his games. So I would say he's doing fine so far. Maybe the draw against Zach. I feel like he was winning that game, so probably he should have converted it to have a, let's say, an ideal tournament. But yeah, 4 to 5, still a very good position overall. I think there's two players with 4.5. Felix's opponent here, and then another IM in the tournament, Emil. So he's only half point behind. And here comes actually a very interesting move, 95. I would say it's a pretty thematic move for this position, but it's surprising to see it so early. Like normally you would think black would develop the other horse, go bishop e7, castle, queen c7, and then go knight e5. I feel like that would be typical. Felix just dumps the knight right away on e5, and he only spent 2 minutes here. So to me, that's kind of like a gray zone. I feel like that means he's still in his opening book. 100% this is an idea he's seen before. Because if I've seen it, then for sure Felix has seen it looking at the structure. The only question is like whether he prepared this exact position or not. The 2 minute think, I'm not really sure. I haven't seen Felix play live a whole lot. So, you know, is he a player that once he's out of book, he starts spending like 5, 10 minutes, or does he play pretty quickly and intuitively? So 95 feels controversial at first, but in fact, it makes a ton of sense in the position. So if white trades after DE5, black gets what I would say are very good double pawns that control a lot of important squares in the position. And they're not isolated, which is nice because it means the e6 pawn is not weak at all. So it's only the e pawn that black has to make sure that they can defend, but there's really no obvious way for white to put pressure on it. So I wouldn't really consider this one a weakness. In fact, if anything, white's main plan is probably going to be, I would think, to play d3 and f4 just to try and trade this one off. But the advantage for black is that now you get this free d file to put a ton of pressure against white's position. So I would think this position is still roughly equal. Like white can just go d3, bring a rook to d1, and should be able to defend the d pawn no problem. But I also don't think white can really play for much advantage here because black has just such a nice grip on everything. So I'm not sure if I'm going to expect knight takes e5 here. I um, think it. The issue for white is that c4 is also hanging. So, normally you would want to like play a move like knight e1 to avoid the trade of knights, play f4, kick the knight back. But here c4 is under attack. And I think black can take this one. Knight c4, like if queen a4 check, we have b5. But then knight takes b5. Okay, so actually maybe there is a question of white can play knight e1 here or not. And now white is spending time. So for me, it feels like he's likely out of book on this move and doesn't quite remember or know how he's supposed to deal with this one. White can also play a quiet move like d3 or queen e2 to just defend the pawn and allow black to capture on f3. But then it's not clear to me if black will take on f3 or, for instance, black can just keep developing here. Black can also consider repositioning the knight to c6. It's a bit funky this kind of play, but because the position is closed, there are no open files. That's what allows black to kind of get away with moving the same piece twice in the opening because he is kind of breaking the principle here. Um, okay, so sorry, back to chat. Yeah, so very interesting move 95 on the board, and white here is currently thinking about how to deal with this one. And it'll be interesting to see if Felix can really push for a win here as black, because for me it would feel like this position is quite equal in the long run. But maybe he can set up some pressure on the D file, and yeah, we'll have to see. Do I think Chestnut can become a GM? I definitely think it's possible. I think people older than him and weaker have become grandmasters. I think. I'm not 100% sure. But I definitely think it's possible. But he would have to work a lot. He would really have to spend like many hours uh, grinding. So it's not easy. The issue for him is that he has too many other opportunities in chess as well. So yeah, it would be very difficult, but also maybe not necessary either in the long run. Have I played any tournaments recently? I, in fact, just got back from a big trip to Europe with the Chess Nerd. We played three events together back to back, two in Spain, one in Sweden. And so, yeah, I just got back into town very, very recently. And now I'm kind of like recovering, looking to like review the games, get back into training and so on. I'll probably have to do some recaps on the tournament soon. Yes, this was Bishop B5 check. I just call this Moscow or Bishop B5. Um, I've never heard anyone say canal attack in person ever. This is I think in circles, chess circles, this is just Bishop B5 check or Moscow. People call this one. With Bishop D7, White played C4, then A6, kind of forcing the trade. Black took with the knight, castles, and now 95. What's up, Braden? We got Braden in the chat. So White here is currently he's starting to tank. So it feels like Black has kind of won the opening battle by forcing the opponent to think first. And yeah, it's a big strategic decision for White. It's also possibly a tactical one. Like actually, I don't think I had figured out what's going on here on 91 if this is playable. So the idea is knight takes c4. Because White would kind of like to play 91 just to keep more pieces on the board, to play f4, d3, knight f3, keep the space advantage. But okay, so the question if Black can take on c4, queen a4 check, b5, knight takes b5. Like what's going on here? And I'm not really sure. Knight b6 looks like it might be a problem for White. Because if we take queen takes with check, White's winning. White's at least a pawn up there. Maybe there's some Banco style compensation. I'm not sure. But I think knight b6 here would be critical. Um, and now White has some double checks, but like knight takes d6 double check, king e7, and queen is hit and knight is under attack. So this feels like White might be losing a piece. So Black might be able to get away with taking on c4. Hence, if we go back to the game, d3 played. D3 played after 7 minutes of thought. And now Black has to kind of show his cards a bit. Does he want to take on f3 and just exchange? To me, that position feels like White is better. He's up in development and he's a little bit quicker to get his pieces out. Maybe Black is fine there, though. So either knight takes f3, knight c6 is an option, or just continuing to develop with knight f6. No eval bar. Yeah, this is 97 played. Um, yeah, I prefer watching without the eval bar. I mean, we can check the engine at certain moments. I'm not like totally opposed, but for me, it's just kind of more interesting to it's gonna say it's close to equal. I'm just be honest with you. It's gonna be close to equal at this point. We're still very early in the opening. But I kind of yeah, I find it more fun actually to just watch without the engine. But if I mean if people in the chat prefer with the eval bar, I don't really it's fine with me. It's really truly up to you guys. Chess with Leonard, hello, hello. How are you? No, Braden, I did not hear it. Congratulations. Well done. Well done. What kind of norm? Okay, so 97 on the board and clearly indicating his intentions to put the knight on c6 and reinforce the knight on e5 and control over d4. So this is really where White has to make a big decision here if he's going to allow that to happen or not. Because he can still take on e5, right now before black reinforces. Although even after black plays knight c6, there's no guarantee that if white takes on e5, he might just take with the pawn anyway. He might just take that structure regardless. So yeah, Felix is saying he doesn't care about knight takes e5, so he's just leaving this here, which I think is totally logical. So that's why he doesn't take on f3. He just keeps the pressure, which I think is the better way to go about it. Yeah. REF says this is a very important game for Felix. Oh, is there a specific reason for that, or is it just in general? Because it is round six. He's half a point behind the leader, and he plays with black. So if he could win this game, that would be pretty huge for his tournament. He gets white next round. So far, he's been doing very well with white. I think he's only drawn two games with black in the event. One of them definitely was winning. So yeah, if he can score a full point here, that would be great for his chances in the event. Is Felix, is he the only, he's the only grandmaster in the tournament, huh? So yeah, that's a bit of pressure to win the whole thing. He's the number one seed by, I mean, if I'm seeing the standings correctly, he's the number one seed by some margin, and he's the only grandmaster. So it, I mean, it's very tough because okay, there's two IMs in the field. Looks like a couple FIDE masters, or FM of 2390, who's obviously very strong. So it's very tough, you know, because you get nicked by these like strong players. Like Felix got nicked by the chess nerd for half a point and by this kid. And so now he has to play a bit of catch up. I have actually a little bit of experience with this. Last year, I played a tournament in Italy where I was the only IM in the field, and I was the number one seed as well. And then the next high rated players though were still pretty decent though. Like there was at least one 2300 in the tournament and multiple 2200, so multiple masters. And so it was very tough. You know, it was a 7 round tournament. No, like I'm trying to like not draw any games, not lose any games, and win the thing. It's a lot of pressure. You're playing on board one every game. You know, everyone's gunning for you. So even though you're technically the strongest player in the field and the most accomplished, everyone's bringing their A game against you, right? So it's actually kind of a very difficult position to be in. My Europe tour went well. Thank you for asking. It was fun. I enjoyed very much tournaments in Sitges, Wilton Cup. Then I played Sevilla also. All were a blast. Okay, Bishop E3 on the board. So yeah, question of white should have taken and then push for F4. I think that's a very reasonable way to play. So I would imagine he was 100% considering this. But yeah, probably just didn't like the long-term pressure against D3. And I'm not totally sure what's going on here because black does feel a little bit underdeveloped, but maybe it's not so bad. Maybe you can even start with knight G6, try to take the bishop, and yeah, next move bishop E7, castles. Personally, I would probably like start to prefer black a little bit here. Like I'm not totally sure, but you get queen D7, you get rook to D8, queen C6, you start doubling rooks on the D file, you go B5 somewhere. It just feels like black is this very, very simple, comfortable, long-term play here. So I can totally understand why white does not want to go into it, goes bishop E3. Now I would expect knight 7 C6. That feels like most logical continuation of black's moves so far. Maybe he's considering knight G6 as well. I'm not really sure. But knight C6 just feels super natural, just covering all the squares in the center. Oh, nice. Rilton Cup. Yeah, Rilton Cup was a very nice event. I've never played chess in Ireland. I did visit Dublin once en route to the Isle of Man chess festival, which was a fantastic tournament that sadly was co-opted by FIDE and turned into the Grand Swiss and taken away from sub 2,600 level players. But yeah, Rilton Cup was a very nice event in Stockholm. I like that it is like right in the middle of the city and a very nice, a very strong tournament, very well run, great conditions. I've never played Sligo, but looks like a fun tournament as well. Okay, Felix thinking here. Felix in full focus. For me, I was thinking that knight c6 was the intention. So I'm wondering what exactly is delaying him. I mean, of course, there are other moves in the position, like knight takes f3, knight g4. It's just not clear um, why you would need them. Knight g6, knight c6 just looks completely logical here, and other moves don't seem necessary. And yeah, of course, you got to get the bishop out. Currently, white also has a threat, right? Knight takes e5 and bishop takes c5. So of course, black should probably deal with this one. Knight c6 deals with that comfortably. Um, so what's changed here? I'm not sure. I mean, it's not like white is really going d4 in this position. I think for many reasons. Knight takes f3 check might even be the simplest because queen takes your dropping material on d4. You'd have to go gf and yeah, no way no way black's not happy here with white's weakened structure. Get so many squares. So yeah, I wonder what's oh, and okay, of course there's knight takes c4 as well. I was just thinking like if this for whatever reason is complicated, which I don't think it is. I don't see an issue here. But like knight takes f3 is like really simple. So it's definitely not d4 that's causing concern. Yeah, and you guys are asking like what else? Like after knight c6, what else does white do? I think this is still a plan, take and then f4. But it's not clear why white would have played bishop e3 and then pushed f4 if that was the intention. But I think it's still possible. But this also, okay, still feels like black is totally on time and has good squares in the center. Um, I mean, again, I don't think like white is necessarily like worse here, but I feel like I would rather take black for what it's worth. Um, like we have a clear target on d3, and it's not obvious what white has to show for it. But Felix spending some real time, so he's truly considering some other move. Maybe he's actually thinking about knight takes f3 at this moment so that he can play knight c6. Maybe he just simply doesn't want to give white another opportunity to take on e5. Because there is some reason to take on f3, or I'd say some logic here, and then play knight c6, and you argue that you'll get knight e5. I don't really like it because I think white can just go queen e2, queen g3 or something, and eventually you'll get hit with f4, like knight e5, rook d1, and then f4 is coming, and I don't feel like this is such a great use of time for black. Here it feels like white is actually very much ahead. But yeah, it's very interesting he's spending time here because I think for a lot of us, like I'm not tripping, right, guys? Like it feels like knight c6 is like such an obvious logical move, and normally would have been played quickly before. Slim Reaper, welcome to VIP. It's not my channel, but cool. Thank you. Have I played Felix before? No, never. I'm not sure. I think I saw him once here in St. Louis. I think he was playing one of their like seasonal events, like the fall chess classic or winter chess classic, something like that. But yeah, other than that, I don't think I've ever definitely never played, or I'm not sure if we ever played a tournament together. Okay, there's knight e1 also. Yeah, maybe this is a question for black. Knight c6, knight e1. Now that c4 is defended. In fact, white also could have considered knight e1 back here, actually. I think would have been completely reasonable to play f4 and keep more pieces on the board. But okay, I guess if he didn't do it last turn, then yeah, not sure why he would do it now, is I guess what I would think from black. But after knight e1, um, it's not like the knight on e5 doesn't have squares. So let's say bishop e7, f4, knight back to d7, knight f3. Yeah, I would think maybe white actually is starting to get somewhere here. Castles. I'm not really sure what this is. Now white can even play d4. This would be hard to judge for me because, or at least this would take time to understand because white has been pretty aggressive with, it's like Marazzi, but they've played f4. So that means e4 pawn will be kind of weak in the long run. So yeah, not so clear. But maybe this is what's concerning Felix here. So why he hasn't played knight c6 yet. So maybe that's why he's thinking maybe he should take here or do something else. Okay, suggestion knight c6, knight e1, g5. Okay, it's thematic. It's definitely thematic, but I'm not sure this is the right position for it. I would be very hesitant to play this as black because you give up queen h5, f4 is coming. So maybe you can get away with it, but I would be very, very skeptical myself personally. Um, so, but yeah, he's spending his time. He had a bit of a time edge in the opening, but he's giving it back. So yeah, I'm not sure. Why is Felix having a different commentator? Well, I think generally it's hard for people to be available every day. So sometimes it's pretty common to mix it up. Actually, I've been streaming some tournaments myself lately, and it's very tough to find commentators day in, day out. People are busy, people are doing stuff. So it's nice to be able to um, it's nice to be able to cover when people are available. Oh, Evaluate Like a Grandmaster. Yes, excellent book. Nice. That's awesome. Chess with Leonard. Okay, Felix still thinking here. Honestly, guys, at this point, if he plays knight c6, I'm just gonna be I'm not gonna be mad, but I'm gonna be disappointed. Because this is a move. This is a move you could have played much faster. And then if he gets into time trouble later, I'm gonna point to this moment as being like, well, this is why. So at this point, I'm expecting a grandmaster level move, folks. I'm expecting a GM level move, like some Queen C7, this knight back to C6. Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see the recap, what uh what he says about this moment. Because it's a lot of time and it's a 90 plus 30. So time is very valuable. So we'll see. The camera's not super clear for me what's happened on the board. So I'll just wait for the moves to come in. But let me get back to live. Knight C6 plate. Okay. Okay. So 13 and a half minutes on this one. He decides on this move. It'll be interesting if 91 happens, because this does feel like the only move that was causing us some problems with this F4 idea. And maybe based on how much time he spent, now maybe White by this point has figured out, like, because if I was playing White here, I would also be thinking like, why is he spending so much time? And then I would think like, oh, maybe he's afraid of 91 or something. And then I would just quickly play 91 and try to get some pressure on the clock. But yeah, from White's point of view, it's hard to see what else. You don't want to give Black any time here to just develop castles because Black has very nice control over the center. Black's only drawback here is just that they're a little bit behind in development. So this is why White needs to. Knight G5 actually I feel like is also possible with the idea that if H6 you would go back to H3, which feels kind of stupid, but I think you still get F4 and then you can still play for stuff and in the long run H6 might even be a target as well. I'm not sure. I feel like I've seen people play this kind of stuff, especially in Blitz. But for me, 91 definitely seems like the critical move here. Maybe he wants 91 knight D4 and then F4 bring this knight back to C6. Because then both knights are kind of well placed. If knight F3, he can always trade off if he needs. And then he's still trying to develop with bishop E7. There would be questions here, like with F5, like if white is advancing too quickly here. But yeah, let's see. 91 on the board. Okay. I mean, maybe I could get the moves from the video. It's hard to get the exact move order, and then we'd have to watch very closely. But maybe I can just scroll back a bit. We can see if we can figure it out. It's also not great quality for me, but let me see if I can try. Let's full screen this. Yeah, folks, we figured out 91. That's what happens when you follow a game like with your own two eyes, you can see some ideas sometimes. Okay, so let's see if we can figure out what was played from the video. So 91, and Felix is thinking, and then yeah, it looks like 94 played. Opponent came back, wrote the move down, and then started thinking. Okay, very typical. And then he's thinking. And actually, White really went into the tank here. And then indeed, yeah, it does take on d4. And then c takes d4 happened. And knight e2. Now it's Felix's turn. Looks like knight c6. Very logical to defend the pawn. And then White was thinking here. So it feels like White is kind of spending more time in this position. And let's see, has he played? Looks like he made a move. Queen a4, if I understand correctly. Queen a4. Threatening knight takes d4, winning a pawn. So then Felix to play. And I think that brings us live. Okay, great. So Queen a4 on the board. You guys let me know if you see um, a move. Oh, I think e5 just played. So yeah, I was gonna say like Queen d7 is maybe the most natural move here to break the pin. Eventually connect rooks. You're still preparing bishop e7 castles. Maybe queen v6 was possible. But Felix goes e5. So position has actually changed the last couple of moves quite a bit. If we could just talk about it for a sec. Knight e1, knight d4. And now white gave the dark square bishop, which long term means that white might be playing against black's bad bishop. But it also means that if this bishop ever gets out, black has something to work with as well. But e5 on the board, and this bishop is certainly not happy about that. Big decision to go e5. Now you give up the d5 square, but it's not so easy for white to use it, right? Because how does the knight get to d5? It doesn't. So white's main plan still seems to be f4, which I would almost expect as the first move here. But f4, black is probably just ignoring bishop e7 and then castling and just asking, yeah, like what can you do to me? So f4 would be the first move, I would think. My expectation would be bishop e7. And now what can white do? If f5, we have bishop g5, we can also just castle. So f5, for example, maybe bishop g5 first. Folks asking about f6. I don't think black needs f6. 'Cause f6 is, yeah, definitely, really paralyzing the bishop, right? If f6, then it's like that meme where the bishop goes, am I Am I a joke to you? Um, that's what that bishop becomes here. But also after bishop e7, if FE takes E, I actually don't think black minds this so much because if anything, it opens up the bishop. Um, Now white can try to fight for f5 square, like knight g3, knight f5, but maybe black even goes g6. Uh, and to my eyes, actually, it looks quite reasonable for black because this bishop will certainly find some nice squares, and at a certain point, actually, I think black starts playing for the advantage here, even h5, h4 maybe. So yeah, I don't think FE actually is the way to play for white. I'm just showing why this might not be such a big deal. And looks like Alexander is at the board. He's thinking, and he's got a move coming. Looks like knight c2 played. So knight c2, I think with a clear intention to go b4 and play on the queen side. So white agrees. I mean, if he wanted to go f4, I think he would have done it right there so that he could bring his knight back to f3. So this move means like he is almost certainly not interested in f4, which maybe was only helpful to black in terms of opening up the dark squares. Maybe white actually just wants to keep this pawn on f2 and not give black any long-term ideas with the bishop. So yeah, now it feels like white's plan is to go b4 and then possibly a4, b5, like b4, queen, b3. Or maybe just b4, b5 without moving the queen. So let's just see some moves here. Bishop e7, b4. Let's say we just castle just to develop b5. What would this be? It could be slightly annoying for black, just because the b pawn is a bit of a long-term weakness. And also I'm playing with the perspective that ultimately black wants to try and play for a win, which I think could be tough to do here. Like maybe white's not better, but can black try to make something here? It would be quite tough. But AB is not necessary. Maybe there's like knight b8 possible. Knight d7, knight c5. But this would allow knight b4. And white gets the knight to the promised land. So I'm not so sure what's happening here. A b5, queen b5, rook a5, queen b7. Uh, Seems kind of complicated, but don't feel like it quite works for black. Suggestion to maybe play knight b4. Oh, using the pin. So bishop e7, knight b4 might be the idea. By the way, queen d7 played, yeah? So knight c2, queen d7. Felix is like, you know what? He's on it. He's on the ball, folks. Because I think this stops knight b4. Because knight b4 actually did look annoying there. Knight b4 looked very annoying. Yeah, nice job for calling this out. Because you can go queen d7, but then the knight gets to d5. Now knight b6 is a problem. Okay, we still have bishop d8. Maybe it's not the worst thing in the world, but it looks it looks like white is getting what they want. But with queen d7, yeah, he stops this knight b4. This is the whole point. Yeah, because now takes, takes, we have d5. Of course. Of course. Yeah, yeah. So nice prophylactic move. If the queen pulls back, then probably take on e4 and yeah, it's like a very nice structure for black. Can castle. Still, I think even here actually I feel like white is still fine. Knight c1, knight d3. But I think black would also be okay. C5 though I wouldn't like. C5 I think is a potential target. But maybe this one honestly isn't necessarily so terrible either. Just because white is a bit better. Like black still has to castle here. Needs a couple moves. Um, but yeah, I feel like knight b4 is still kind of playable. Take, take, d5, queen b3. Then take, take, and bring the knight to d3. Now playable, playable. Like, does it mean white can fight for advantage here? That's hard to say, hard to imagine. Um, but there is some questions here, right? Because knight d3, it comes with some attacks. There's some stuff hanging in black's position. Okay, probably black can castle knight d3 and then just defend. And the idea is that if takes and takes on b7, there'll be rook b8 to win back material, or queen takes c4 for that matter. So here I think black is fine. And maybe can even start to get something. But I don't think white is taking on c5. I think white rather just tries to play positionally. And then, yeah, there would be a question if black can really do much here. Okay, we have moves. What was played? Camera got blurry just at the at the key moment. Uh, what was played? Looks like b4 played. Looks like the pawn is missing from b2. Which is very logical, I would say, b4. Just pushing on the queen side, so indicating he wants to go b5 at some point. Yeah, I've never played e3 first. Maybe in Blitz. And okay, I think actually black has some challenges here because b5 is coming. And yeah, black still needs a couple moves here to develop with bishop e7 and castles. Um, so let's see. Now b5 is annoying because the rook on a8 is unprotected, so black can't even take on b5. But maybe b5 he can just move the knight somewhere. You could start with knight a7 here, but I'm not sure it really solves our problems. Like for instance, maybe white can go for the endgame, but I would actually even expect like queen b3, a4. And to me, this feels like, yeah, white's just very happy on the queen side, and black is still kind of sorting things out. Yeah, definitely. explains the thing, though I still believe it was unnecessary because this move was, knight e7 was clearly intending to play knight c6. So I feel like it should have just been played faster, given that he eventually did play it. And like later, yeah, this time is gonna be needed. But yeah, white played very interesting here with queen a4 and oh yeah, let me get to our live game. Important we don't lose it. So we had queen d7, b4, and Felix made a move. He went bishop e7. So he's saying go ahead and play b5. I actually don't care. I actually don't care about your b5. Wow. So b5, I guess he just goes back 98. He goes 98, 96, and knight c5. Now I'm just an IM guy, so okay, I can't even pretend, to begin to understand what these guys might be thinking. But yeah, knight d8 looks like the intention to me. Knight e6, knight c5. And then okay, white gets knight b4, but we also get a square. Knight e6, knight d5, bishop d8. It's a very strange double pin where neither side can take. It's very interesting. And if white tries to get out of the pin, then they also break their own pin. So I'm actually not totally sure what's going on here because we have like knight c5 available. Actually, knight c5 last move was also a thought. Queen a3, bishop d8. But eventually black will castle. So bishop e7, yeah, white's thinking about it here. He's not rushing with b5 so quickly. Oh, played. Just as I said that, played. B5 on the board. Okay, guys, again, I'm just lowly IM, but I'm expecting knight d8 here. But maybe knight a7. Maybe knight a7 actually should be considered as well. Okay, one of these two moves I'm calling for sure. Knight d8 or knight a7. More I look at knight a7 though. Actually, it has its ideas as well because you're just threatening to take on b5 and just immediately liquidate the tension. Actually, it's a very important question. What does white even want on knight a7? Is he just going to play rook to b1? Like rook here. But then castles? And what's happening here? Like if he goes knight b4, black is taking on b5. I think successfully. And at least he's grabbed the pawn. So b5, Felix, still thinking it over. So he hadn't fully made up his mind. So why not knight a7? Was this a Najdorf? Yeah, this was like bishop b5 check Najdorf. Moscow variation. And now b5 is the last move played. And yeah, I'm kind of expecting knight a7 here just because I don't see the issue. It slows down knight b4, which is very important. And then that's kind of like white's main idea. F4 still not really a concern. Like knight a7, f4, we can just castle. So I'm kind of expecting knight a7 here. Felix, he has an interesting thinking pose right now. He's like kind of like leaned in on one side and kind of leaned back on the other side, which I feel like is how the old masters used to play, like Tarash and Nimzovich. I feel like they would always just like lean back and just kind of look at the board, just like all philosophically. Yeah, you'll have to ask chess.com about uh getting the full name. I apologize. Nonchalant thinking pose. Exactly. Exactly. With the cigar. Exactly right. So he's thinking someone's checking out their game. And so knight a7 more or less forces white to put the rook on b1. If knight a3, white's knight on a3 is just kind of sidelined. Um, so yeah, knight a7, rook b1, and then castles. Yeah, knight d8. That was kind of my first thought. I think this is very logical too, to actually have a plan for the knight to bring it, because c5 is where the knight wants to go. So if it wasn't for this knight b4 thing, I would actually play knight d8 myself here, I would think. So I'm actually not sure. I can totally see why he's thinking about it. To me, it's not really obvious. Like, because this is actually what I would want to play. But knight b4, knight e6, knight here. Let's say knight c5, queen a3. This is kind of what I would be thinking about is like what's going on in this position. Bishop d8. I have castles next. I have f5. To me, this doesn't look half bad for black. Like the knight on d5 is pretty, but it's under control. And otherwise, knight on c5 is an absolute monster, right? It's like holding down b7. So white can play rook to b1, but they're never really doing anything there. It's hitting d3. It hits e4 as well when you play f5. So for me, I actually it wouldn't be so obvious to me how to evaluate this position here. Maybe f4. Maybe white has pressure with f4, wanting to take. So here, actually, I'm not sure how black deals with this one. So if I see f4, then maybe I'm starting to lean towards knight a7. Knight a7 played. See, we're right in sync. Knight a7. Okay, now expecting rook b1. And yeah, knight on a7 is ugly, but at the same time, it's like, what is white? It does have a plan. Eventually, white is going to have to kind of back out of the pin if they want to do anything. Let's say queen b3. And then at that point, black could take, force pawn takes, and try to bring the knight to b6. So maybe like we get some dance like this: knight c8, knight b6, knight a4, knight c5. And then if white goes b6, black is doing something like this and maybe even picking up the pawn. So it's very tricky. Like it optically feels like black has the bad bishop, but on the other hand, knight on e2 is like very far from the action. Knight on c2 still hasn't managed to make its way in yet. So, and if here, then might be able to just take the pawn. I don't know. Maybe white has good compensation here. Maybe not. Maybe we're totally fine as black. I don't know. Maybe white's also totally fine. Hard to say. But we do get a pawn there potentially. So yeah, b6, rook a6, another option as well. Absolutely. Maybe knight a3 here, then knight b6 anyway. Very possible. Rook c1. Just trying to fight for a little squeeze. But it's like, okay, these knights get traded. Black has quote unquote bad bishop, but then knight on e2 is still very far away. And this bishop can bounce, guys. Bishop can bounce. So I think this is what these guys are thinking about right now. So knight a7, this is our live position. And yeah, white's having a bit of a think. Hey, Kevin, I'm not sure about either of these tournaments. Don't actually have um, a plan yet for what I'm gonna play, but I'm open. I'm open to stuff. Bad knight versus bad bishop. Exactly. Exactly. That might be what we're getting. Okay, folks, I think I'll take a quick break here. Perfect. Yes. All right, folks, I'll be right back. A few minutes. Keep following the game. back. Let's catch up on what we missed. So we had 97 and looks like Rook FB1 played, which we were kind of expecting. And now Felix looks like he's been having a bit of a think here on Rook FB1, which is interesting because like most logical move would have been to castle for sure at this point, but he doesn't rush with this. I wonder what he's thinking about. Does he want to take on b5 and then castle? Or does he have another move in mind? Hmm, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, and Felix thinking here. Deep in thought. After Rook FB1. Castles would be the main move I would consider. What else might be looking at? Hmm. What do we see here, folks? Based on the camera, I mean, he's very much unclear about what he wants to do here. Well, it looks like to me. So Rook FB1. Why would he not just castle and then see what white wants to do? Does he want to just take on b5 first, or what he's considering? Castles. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. He's doing that thing again. Like earlier in the game, we had that moment with knight 7 c6, where I was thinking that it was the most logical move, and he ended up playing it, but only after um, bit of a think, like 13 minutes. Here again feels like castles is the most logical move for black. And then after White's response, then okay, you can kind of figure it out. But he's spending his time as if he has a different option here. So I wonder what that is. Maybe he wants to throw an a takes b5 first. I'm not sure if that's really necessary, but that could be one idea. I don't really see a future with like h5. You play h5, h4, white goes h3. I feel like you are not really doing yourself any favors in the long run. I would think if black wants counterplay, it's with castles and f5. That to me looks like the simplest approach. You try to open the f file, bishop g5, something on the diagonal. So a b5, I just don't see the reason why you would need to do it here and why you couldn't do it next move. Like we're not worried about knight a3. And if anything, castles strengthens the threat of a b5 because now your rook is defended, so you have some more opportunities. So very curious moment. And Felix, you guys can see he's like deep in thought, deep in thought. Head in hands, full tank mode. So this is gonna be another question for him. If he just ends up castling, then why didn't what was he thinking about here? Yeah, if we go by knight c5, maybe he's waiting for the opponent to leave the board so he can try a fast one, knight c5, and hope the guy doesn't. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm analyzing because okay, well, I could go queen a3 anyway. I mean, no, um, okay. Looks like he castles. So yeah, again, he does this thing where he tanks when he has a very obvious move and then ends up playing the move. Playing the move. Okay, castles and queen b3 quickly. So his opponent had plenty of time to figure out his next move. Though based on the clocks, it seems like Felix is still the one that's up on time. But yeah, queen b3 played, which I think was expected. And now white has this positional threat to take on a6 and leave black with a weak pawn and to seize the b file. So at this point, I think black needs to react either with ab5, which I was thinking is the most natural. Maybe there's other options as well, like a5. A5 could be worth a thought too because you cover the b4 square. You kind of stop the knight from getting from b4 to d5. If b6, then the knight gets to kind of re-enter with knight c6. So maybe a5 is quite possible here too. A takes b was like the natural way, maybe rook c8 or knight c8. We were looking at knight c8, knight b6 earlier. Um, but now I'm not like so sure. Like white can go a4, knight b4, and it feels like white's kind of getting somewhere. A5 as well. So I'm actually not totally sure about AB here. And it seems like Felix, okay, he's reaching. He does take. Yeah, I thought maybe A5 is interesting, but he does take. CB5 played a tempo. And now will we get Black's next move quickly? Because I feel like this may have been what he was thinking about when he castled, was he was thinking about his plan at this moment. Does Felix have something in mind? So knight c8 was one option, trying to fix the knight. Rook fc8 would be the other option, trying to improve the rook. Bishop d8 would be the other option. The issue for black is you have like multiple pieces that you can improve. And some of them fighting for the same squares. d5 is an option. d5 is very sharp. So there's one idea to go rook d8 and d5. There's another idea to just play d5 right away with the follow-up to play rook d8 and win back the pawn, like so. Which definitely seems possible. Oh, I think we had a move from Felix. Oh, it looks like he played d5. Wow. d5 on the board. Okay, grandmaster stuff here. d5. Doesn't even realize the pawn can be captured. Dang. But he's calculated that if trades, then he gets rook d8 and one of these pawns will fall anyway. So if knight b4, we're either taking on b5 here, which looks pretty juicy, or taking on b4 first. Braden's a GM today. I think that's a norm. I think that's a norm. We'll send the clip to FIDE. Wow. D5. Impressive. Yeah. Shanklin rule. And here, white is in deep think. Now, Krostov hasn't lost a game in the tournament so far. He's 4.5 out of 5, so he's in very good form. But this might be this might intimidate him because that's the last move you want to see when your opponent has a dark square bishop is a breakout move like that. Because then this makes black's piece very, very strong. Now I'm actually quite starting to believe in Felix's chances here. I wasn't quite sure what the plan was with knight c8, knight b6 because of a4, but with d5, now I kind of feel like white is the one that needs to uh, show equality. Okay, another option here is knight g3. But then black doesn't necessarily have to react. Like you could consider rook c8, for instance. Rook c3, I think would be really annoying. But yeah, it's possible you could also just take knight takes and go king h8 and prepare f5 with the central onslaught. And here I also think actually black's position is quite nice because white has lost their d5 square. So now the knight on c2 doesn't really have such a great future. So d5, big moment for white, who feels like is lower on time as well. He might try to bail out with queen takes d5, but is this a bailout or does white end up potentially worse in this endgame? Because black wins back the pawn and then has nice pieces. Oh, and Felix stands up from the board, classic power move. When you've played I would have actually been away from the board already. I would have just played d5 and just got up. I would be like, all right, you think about it, brother. Like I know this won't be easy. D5 is 200 IQ. Yeah, for sure. Actually, it completely changes the evaluation of the position. Because here we're thinking like, okay, white's getting a4, knight b4, knight d5, plus equal zero point 0.3, zero point 0.4 advantage. Then after d5, all of a sudden, you can take all your plans and flush them. So yeah, this endgame I was saying might end up being worse for white because once we win back this pawn, white's other pawns are like the B pawn is weak, and black has the C file as well. Like rook C8 here is a very annoying move. Let's say B6, just for example, knight C8, rook B5. Can white try to hold on to everything here? I think even here black is all right. Rook A6. There's no rook B1 because of rook takes A2. And we're trying to win one pawn back, then we're trying to win second pawn. So this could go very very bad for white. Hmm. So can we find equality for white? Maybe a4 is possible with the intention of takes, takes. And then if d3, rook d1, I think white is okay here. Because rook d8, then white would have time to move the knights around. And yeah, now white has like nice d5 square again. So I'm not sure this, I think, would be very double-edged because now the knight on a7 is a tragically bad piece. Tragically bad. Um, but of course, black doesn't have to play d3. It can start fixing the knight, like knight c8, knight b6. And this position is hard to judge. I actually don't feel like it's necessarily great for black, but I do think black has kind of fixed a lot of their problems. Rook c8 like feels reasonable enough for black. Wow, Clay would resign as white. Okay, that's a bit much. It's a bit much. You gotta keep that fighting spirit. But white might be approaching time pressure because the clocks are a little bit behind. But if the clocks are accurate, 41 minutes, he gets hit with D5. Yeah, he's gonna get into time trouble pretty soon. And there's no second time control, so it's just 90 plus 30. So, um, yeah, to me it looked like Felix was spending a lot of time. Maybe the clocks are a bit closer than they appear on the screen. I'm not sure, but if they're accurate, then definitely looking good for our boy here. Dang, D5, fantastic breakout move. Classic Sicilian. You know, it's said in the Sicilian you almost always want to break with D5, like in many different openings and structures, Najdorf, Sveshnikov, Taimanov, and so on. Here it's like not a classic Sicilian structure with D5. And but anyways, D5 is quite a nice idea. Even Paul wouldn't resign as white. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, but now white really has a big choice here. And this is one I think actually one of the hardest situations in chess when you because 100% I think he was surprised by this move. And he might even be thinking mentally that he's blown it. Uh, Even if the position is objectively still very, very playable for white. But you have to convince yourself that you're still okay. And then you have to find the right moves to justify that. So his response here will be very interesting because it'll show whether he thinks he's worse or in trouble. Maybe F3 is a move now that I'm thinking about it. It's a little bit weird, but it does maintain the structure without giving black a passed D pawn. And the knight on C2 does currently cover the E3 square. But yeah, it's a big shame to give up the dark squares like this, but how bad is it? I'm not so sure. Because at least you keep your knight b4 plan in the future in knight d5. So maybe white would go a4. So f3, a4. If black gives check, you can think about it. You can either take or move. To me, this feels like white is still in the game. Like he's got knight b4, knight d5 as an idea. He can bring the rook to c1. I don't think this is really all that clear at all. At some point, maybe this is even going to be a threat because he can defend the pawn with knight d5. So let's say black takes, king h8 possibly for f5 or knight c8, bring the horse back. It's a really complicated position because it's like a normal structure, but the pieces are not ideally placed, I would say, for either side. But I don't know, maybe white can still play for something. This would always be super interesting. Like if white gives up the e3 square, goes knight b4, knight d5, then I think black definitely has to start playing for like the kingside attack with maybe knight e7 first. It feels like black is getting out, but at least it's not so bad for white. But I feel like I'm already starting to I'm definitely preferring black in that position. Okay, so right now for me, f3 feels like a very possible move. A4 I think was also playable actually. On A4, yeah, I was thinking takes D3 rook D1 is more or less fine for white. So probably knight C8, knight D6. But yeah, knight B4, knight D6. Maybe like queen F3, something like this. And it's a position. Knight D5. I actually honestly don't think white is really doing all that badly here once we've calmed down. So maybe A4. Maybe a4 is the way for white to play here. Because for me, it feels very important to secure the pawn so we can restrict the knight on a7 and of course prepare our main idea, knight b4. Because without knight b4, white's position doesn't make a lot of sense because black will always have this very annoying pressure on the c file. So the knight on c2 has to be fixed. Eventually, the knight on e2 has to be fixed. And so for me, it feels like a4, knight b4 is the most direct way to do that. He's tanking though. He's tanking. So what else can we come up with here for white? Maybe knight b4 is possible. Trying to take on d5 with the knight. Uh-huh. What do we think about this? Because if takes, if you take on b5, then knight d5 is a lot of pressure and a lot of threats. So this I would think is good for black or for white, excuse me, for white. I'm not seeing a way out here for black. And if queen b5, knight d5 anyway, and we have an in-between check in the position. So queen takes b3, white would win a full piece with knight takes e7 and then recapturing the queen. And otherwise, queen b5, knight d5, white is threatening this and this. So, okay, there's queen takes e2, knight takes e7 check, king h8, and queen takes b7 probably. And yeah, I don't know. The knight on a7 is a very loose piece for me here. So to me, it looks like actually white is doing quite well. So knight b4, interesting. And yeah, we don't have to take on b5, but it's just showing the tactical justification here. If we take on b4, then queen takes b4, defends the pawn. We can support it with a4 next. Knight c8, probably black plays, and both sides, yeah, race to fix their knights. Maybe knight b6, knight d3, and hard to say. Probably roughly balanced position, most likely. So I'm kind of thinking knight b4 for white. This feels intuitive. White's thinking. White's thinking. Maybe knight d6 at the end. Sure. Yeah, I was thinking knight b6 just for example, but in this position, um, let's say here. Yeah, maybe knight d6, hitting e4. So white maybe has to spend extra tempo on f3, and this gives black time to activate nicely. Hooyah, like this too. Just to stop a4. Oh, wait, sorry. I'm hanging stuff. There is this. Though here there is still 95, yeah. Hard to say. Maybe just here. But overall, yeah, it feels like white's not doing too badly. He's still tanking though. He's in full focus. This seems like White's biggest think of the game so far, just in terms of his obvious mental focus. And yeah, White doesn't seem happy that he's allowed D5. Yeah, I just gave a little head shake. He does not seem happy that he allowed this. But I'm not sure he had such a like it feels like White did everything logically. To me, it doesn't seem like he's made any obvious mistakes in the game. At least not that I can see. And yeah, Black has found a nice idea and seems to. But on the other hand, it's like, yeah, why is it feeling like Black is all of a sudden better if White hasn't made any any clear mistakes? Very interesting. Very interesting. So night before, I'm thinking keeps White in the game more or less. See what else he can come up with. But yeah, it's an interesting question. Like if we're saying that Black here is already a bit more comfortable, or at least looking that way, then where exactly did White go wrong? Because to me, White has not made any obvious, for sure, no obvious blunders, and I would say no obvious mistakes. I'm not even sure I can choose a move as being dubious. Okay, we can say C4 is maybe not the most ambitious way to play this position because it's not really supposed to be all that special, but it doesn't mean that White, of course, should be worse, and I don't think he's really done anything criminal. Like 91 is very normal reaction. Bishop takes D4, I think is fine to play against the bad bishop. Although maybe you could say bishop takes D4 is possibly a questionable decision in the long run because you do give up the bishop. So E5, knight C2. He went B4, which I thought is very logical. He went B5. Maybe B5 was actually premature. Maybe we could say B5 might be rushed. Maybe he should have pulled back. Um, Queen B3, A4, and then played B5 like that. Though at the time it looked like totally reasonable. And yeah, now it gets hit with D5. Oh, and it looks like live board has even caught up. So wow, that means he spent a lot of time on this move. Okay, folks, make sure to watch the camera so we don't miss what gets played. So yeah, maybe our conclusion is that B5 was a bit premature, if we had to guess. But white here is going to be behind on time. 36 minutes and then he spends a lot of time here on D5. So definitely going to be some time trouble in this game. I'm just curious actually what's going on in the other games to see if there's any live games we could follow. Oh, we can check the chess nerd. Well, first, actually, let's check board two. I'm just curious because on board two, this I am Emil Risteski from North Macedonia. He's also on 4.5 points, so he's tied for the lead, and he's playing black against Irish FIDE Master. Looks like this was Fianchetto King's Indian. White here playing for a little pressure. Now black gets F5 in. Sharp stuff. And we have this. So here our position is still roughly equal. At least material is equal. So anything can still happen here. Maybe I would expect a draw. And then I just want to see how Chestnut is doing, my boy. Zachary Sain, who is on 3 out of 5. Oh, actually lost to Adam in the last round. Okay, let's see Zach's position here. So Zach played D4. Not his usual stuff. F3 Nimzo. We got a bit of a surprise here on his opponent. They got this closed position. And now G4. Building up on the king side. H4, rook F2, rook F1, and now black has just gone rook B8, possibly playing for A6, B5. So chess nerd, yes, fellow Canadian across the border. Um, I'm liking his position. He has a lot of pressure on the king side, but of course he's going to have to find a way to break through. Probably with an F4 break uh, at some point. Maybe even right now. Maybe even right now it'd be worth to ship it. Because the bishop takes G4, we're taking on E5 and looking to do something on the F file. I mean, I'm not totally sure what's happening here. Queen takes E5, knight on G3 is hit, bishop F4. So I'm not sure, yeah, if White can get away with this right now, but that would be the idea to try and break through. Maybe F5, playing against this bishop. Not sure. But okay, sharp situation for chess nerd. Let's keep an eye on Felix's game, guys. Once the opponent makes a move, well, we want to make sure to catch that, but just bring up the live position here. D5. Yeah, that position looked good for white, but he'll still have to break through. Now this one, Felix has some pressure. He just pulled out his first grandmaster move of the game, D5. And yeah, the opponent is spending a lot of time trying to figure out how to deal with it. We just joined E takes D5, rook D8, queen takes D5, black trades queens, and then goes rook to D8. All those lines actually start to look nice for black because you win back this pawn and then you have some very nice pawns in the center. And the bishop is now awakened, opened up. You have rook C8, pressure on the C file. So this feels like this is nice for black, which means white has to come up with something else. I was thinking knight B4 might be the move here to at least try to get the knight to D5 square. But yeah, of course, nothing is so simple. I do wonder what the opponent's background is because his name is Alexander Krostov. He represents Germany, but his last name is it sounds Soviet, like maybe Bulgarian or something. So I'm curious where he's from originally. And yeah, really tanking here. He's about to go under 30 minutes against Felix's 50 minutes on the clock. So even if the position remains more or less playable, I think the time certainly going to be a factor in the future. So knight b4 is my top choice here. We were also looking at f3, which I did not like so much. Just feel like it weakens the dark squares too much in the long run. I think someone even had a suggestion for just takes queen g4, which yeah, feels annoying for white to deal with knight g3, h5 stuff. Though you never know. Maybe this isn't isn't so ridiculous for white. Yeah, so we were definitely considering f3 here. Oh, we have a move. Looks like they play queen takes d5. Let me go back. Yeah, queen d5 played. So yeah, we were considering f3, but ultimately I didn't like it so much. I felt like just giving up the dark square, so I didn't think this was the way to go. I was thinking knight b4, but queen d5 played, and Felix traded, e takes, and now he hasn't made a move here yet, it seems. Let me go to the... So yeah, Felix thinking here, because in addition to rook d8, he also has rook to d7. Like you're allowed to move your rook like a knight after it castles. New rule in chess for 2026. For one move out, I don't know if you guys know this, but for one move after castling, you are allowed to move your rook like a knight. So you can also go rook g6 here. That's also a legal move. It's kind of interesting. It changes the game a bit. Okay, so rook d8, or he can also go rook a c8. And also go rook fc8 for that matter. But rook fc8 I think is unlikely. So rook a8 is also possible just to immediately annoy the knight on c2 and then prepare rook d8 in the future to win back the pawn. Because for white, the issue is the knight just doesn't have a great square. If knight b4, knight takes b5, and then this pawn is still weak, the knight is loose, and our knight on b5 has squares to jump to. So let's get back to that. Take, take, take. And yeah, black thinking here. I mean, it's an endgame, but it's still quite concrete. Do you want to start with this one or just go rook d8? Or maybe there's even a third option in the position. Third option I don't really see. I feel like it's going to be one of these moves for sure. Yeah, for rook c8, there is a b6 idea, but it doesn't work right away because we can take on c2. Well, hold on. Maybe it actually is kind of working. B takes a7. And then if we take the knight, rook takes b7 with a dual threat of here and here. But there is bishop c5. So is this working for white? Hard to say. Rook c7. Rook c2 feels like it's still... Who knows? Who knows? Rook c7. Maybe this first. Can't go rook 8 because of this. Not super clear actually. Yeah, white can also start with something like this too. And then go b6. This would be pretty similar after rook c2, trying to get the knight out. Though this might be better version for black. I'm not sure. So rook c8 is a very sharp move, but it does feel playable. And in fact, he might be calculating all these lines now with b6, rook takes, 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 and making sure that he can utilize his extra piece. Because if not, then it might not be worth it. But on rook d8, of course, you have to also reckon with b6. Knight c8, rook b5. We're looking at this also. Where I was thinking rook a6 should be quite okay for black. because the b pawn is hit. If rook b1, we have rook a2. And otherwise, we seem to be winning back this pawn, and then d pawn is still weak. Hmm. Uh, not sure. Not sure. Hard to say. Hard to say. Um, let's go back. So take, 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 and now black to play here. And maybe he even has a third move. Maybe he can bring the knight to b6, so this feels slow. Yeah, my instinct is rook c8 should be the move here. Just activate this rook as quickly as possible. But rook d8 actually also doesn't feel wrong. How do you figure out where someone went wrong? Yeah, it's a good question. I think so. If there's nothing like tactical that you can point to, so there's no like concrete material loss, usually you try to work backwards from where the position starts to feel really bad. So at some point, imagine white loses a pawn, then we can definitely conclude, okay, position went wrong. So then it's just a matter of going back and seeing if you can find some kind of improvement. Because maybe there was a way for, like on d5, maybe on d5, white had a way to keep it equal. Maybe it's still equal with knight b4, f3 or something. It kind of depends on how this turns out with queen takes d5. But if it turns out good for black, then we can maybe question the response to d5. Maybe queen takes d5 wasn't right. And if there's nothing here for white, then you'd have to go back even further. So that's kind of what I was thinking about, like, because to me it didn't seem obvious where white had really gone wrong. The only move I really ended up questioning was this move b5, which maybe gave black too much pressure. With this knight a7 allows black to take on b5 and allows black to play d5 eventually. Um, so, okay, rook d8 on the board. Felix goes for just, yeah, most natural move. And now b6, knight c8. Seems like black is still under control. So we'll see if white finds something else here. But Felix ready to flex his grandmaster technique. Oh, there's a question about e4 also. Yeah, e4 maybe he was thinking about too. E4 actually really interesting move. We should have considered this more. Why he didn't play it. Maybe knight f4 to defend. Maybe knight c1 as well. Because knight f4 actually could get hit with like bishop d6. So I don't know. Maybe this is still a little bit awkward for white. Hard to say. Maybe knight c1 to recapture on d3 with the knight. Actually, Bobby doesn't look so bad to me. To me, it's well, it's concrete, but you have some very tactical things that you're playing for. Like you have this d3 fork, and then of course we have the stuff on the diagonal. So if white takes with something, then this does feel very annoying for white. This bishop f6 idea. So I actually think it's very very interesting, very dynamic idea, because this d pawn is also alive. If here, knight b3, d pawn is still on the board, but maybe it wasn't enough here for black. I don't know. This looks kind of good for black. Takes here, and white is just completely. This one's hanging, but white's completely pinned up. And here white's losing material, looks like. No, this e4 I think is very interesting. Be curious if Felix considered it. Because if rook d1, rook b3, we take on b5. Knight d4, we still have bishop f6. Maybe this wasn't so special. Yeah, something like this. Takey takey. Rook a2, and okay, it's equal material. White seems to be reasonably positioned here. B3, rook b1. So maybe he just thought it's not enough. Wanted to play for more. Wait, do we have moves? Rook d8. B6 played, looks like knight c8. And now I think rook b5 is on the board. Let me just double check the video. Yeah, knight c8 played with hand in pocket, and then rook b5 played a tempo. So this is our live position. Yeah, maybe earlier d5, d6 was possible. And maybe it still is an idea somewhere, like if knight d6, you take on e5, and then if bishop d6, you argue that, okay, at least black couldn't take with something more active. Originally, I was thinking, whoa, 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 whoa. Sorry, drop my mic. Originally, I was thinking rook a6 here, and that still looks pretty reasonable to me, showing that white doesn't have a great way of defending the weaknesses. This game is very instructive when it we talk about like playing against weaknesses. White is still up a pawn from this d5, but white definitely doesn't feel like they have any advantage. It feels like white is the one that is trying to equalize because once black wins one pawn back, then white's remaining weaknesses will still be in play. And so black can play for this in the long run. So if Felix squeezes this, it's going to be very, very nice game, I feel. Very instructive game. Especially for me, because I'm with his opponent, I'm closer to his his opponent's level, right? And so for me, it really doesn't seem like White did anything so criminal, but all of a sudden, to me, now it looks like he's under heavy, heavy pressure after Rook A6, because I think he's going to lose one pawn back, and then it's a question of how to even hold on to the second pawn. So black might be going pawn up here. So yeah, what do you guys think Gukesh would do? Probably Rook A6. Probably Rook A6 Gukesh would play here. Hello to the chat. We got Alekine in the chat. My eyes are a bit, the icons are very small. But looks like we got great Alekine tuning in. Shout out to my brother, Alex Alekine. Well, okay, what are the moves here for black guys? Felix is doing this thing again where he's thinking when he has a very obvious move in the position. And so far he's 2 for 2, where he ends up just playing the move anyway. Other than rook a6, what else can we consider? Rook d6? Knight d6? Knight d6 targets the rook, but then after, rook goes back, you still need to put pressure here. So I feel like the knight might just drop back to c8. So rook a6 feels like the first move, but the concern here. Knight b4 can take on b6. So it's like so easy for white to lose one pawn back and then just lose the second pawn very quickly in the future. Rook b1. But then even something like take, knight d5, rook b7, rook a8. To me, this feels like black is still the one knocking. Like he's calling the shots. He's got knight fc3, knight f4 as soon as white's knight moves. Knight on e2 is passive, but as soon as it moves, black's knight starts jumping in. I'm not sure. Maybe white is still totally fine there, objectively, but shows how white is starting to, I think, really feel the pressure. F4 here suggested. F4, I think, very reasonable idea after rook a6 to try to get some counterplay this way. Very, very reasonable. Although maybe there's this e4 shot again. Ooh, risky. And then takes and bishop f6 is coming and just so many weaknesses in white's position. So f4, e4, maybe. Knight g3 also possible. But knight g3, let's say black takes. Knight f5, we can drop back, maybe take on d5. Seems like black is slowly getting pawn up here. So somehow white needs to find a way to not go down a pawn, I think, after rook a6. But Felix thinking, he hasn't played rook a6 yet. What other move might he have here? Or is he thinking about e4 in this position? Because he still has this e4 idea. Maybe now it's more unpleasant for white. Maybe we should consider e4. That would be another grandmaster move. So take, and bishop f6 is coming with big problems. Knight c1, d2 knight moves. Oh, but already there's stuff like d2 and rook takes a2, for example. And yeah, I think white's position here is extremely suspicious. So maybe he's thinking about e4 right now, especially in the opponent's time trouble. His opponent is down to 15, 16 minutes, no second time control. So things are heating up here. It's definitely heating up here. So e4, how's white going to play? If rook over, okay, very possible, but then we take on d3, take on a2. Guess we're trying to figure out, from afar, it's not so clear that black is breaking through and we're still down a pawn. For sure, black has, I think, enough compensation here, but Felix, I think, is playing for more. He's trying to keep his winning chances. So e4, rook d1, maybe. Take. Or actually, this one takes to keep a1 defended, excuse me. And maybe bishop f6, or take. Yeah, it takes on e4. Yeah. So e4, rook d1. Sorry, so we had rook f d8, this. Now he's using his time. Yeah, I'm not so sure about d6. I'm not sure if d6 was the move or not. Check here. Any advice how to become 2700 plus player for 16-year-old? Yeah, I think you got to try to use your time. You have to maximize your time and work on chess as much as possible. I'm talking about like 8, 10 hours a day if you want to get to that level. I think it truly just takes hours and hours of time. Um, so very difficult, but possible if the effort is put in. Wait, guys, we have a move. We have moves. No one saw. Knight d6 played, and then rook b3. So Felix rejects rook a6 for some reason, goes knight d6 instead, and says he can wait before winning back his pawn. He's not in any hurry. Maybe now he even wants rook to c8. Maybe rook c8, rook c5, like so. Very interesting. He's really just playing for like full compensation here. And he's still thinking. And white is certainly big time trouble here. He's got 15 minutes against almost 45, 3 times down on the clock. Hmm. Rook a5 is another option for sure. Winning back the pawn this way. So black's point is that once he wins back the pawn, he's going to be better because white's remaining pawns will still be weak. So some real grandmaster flexing here. It's like, I don't even need to win the pawn back. I'm gonna win it back. But Felix thinking, he still has to he still has to figure out his move here. Okay, folks, I think I'll take another quick break here. Then we'll be back. Cool. All right, folks, we are back. Looks like we got a couple moves on the board, so let's catch up. We had 96, Rook B3, and then what was played from here? It looks like Rook A5 and F4. If I'm seeing that correctly. There's also something on E1. Wait, let me go back. Let me check. Let me check the camera. Okay, Rook A5 played. Hitting the D pawn. This is one of the moves we were expecting. And then F4 played after that. And then has Felix made a move since then? Wait, why does it look like there's... Oh, yes, yes, we did miss a move. Hold on. There was Rook C8, Knight E1, and then Rook A5, F4, like so. So he threw Rook C8 in. And then F6 played by Felix. And let's see, has White made a move since F6? It does not appear so. Oh, oh, we lost the live feed. Oh, we're back. Let's go. Video Ninja for the win. Okay, F4, F6, and wait. Looks like it's Felix's turn. I think A4 has been played. Looks like A4. Okay, so let's go back to the last couple moves, see what happens. So knight D6, Rook B3, Rook C8. And then, yeah, it doesn't go knight B4, but rather knight E1. Assuming this was the right move order, maybe Rook A5, F4, and then it was Rook C8. No, I think it was like this. Rook C8, Rook A5, F4. And if takes, White takes on E5 and hurts the structure. So he didn't like takes here. Knight takes D4. Most likely with knight F3 to follow up. So F6 from Felix to strengthen the pawn. Slightly surprising move because it kind of gives White this target on E5, but he still has Rook takes D5. So if White takes here and goes knight F3, I think Rook takes D5. And Black has managed to keep the C file, so he's like pretty active here. Somewhere E4 might be a break as well. Bishop F6. Um, so I think that was kind of his intention. And instead, White played A4. He's just tired of having his rook being super passive behind the pawn. And now Felix is weighing his options here. So this could go very wrong for White very quickly because, like, okay, he's still a pawn up, but D pawn is hanging and he's got multiple weaknesses in the position beyond that. However, knight on E1 is performing a clutch role of not letting Black's rook in. Knight on E2 as well, covering C3 square. And on rook takes D5, I'm guessing White wants to play A5 and create some counterplay. For example, if takes A5, rook A8, maybe White just tries to bust through anyway. A6. take b7, rook b8, rook takes a6, rook takes b7, takes, rook a7, rook b5. The line continues, takes, knight f3. It's, it's hard to judge. It's hard to judge. I think black keeps the extra pawn though. I think black is keeping the extra pawn. So, okay, this is just one line, but yeah, a5, rook a8, and then maybe white doesn't push a6, but if not, then a pawn is hanging. So a4 now, Felix, yeah, trying to figure out whether he can take on d5. Maybe he even starts with rook a8. Maybe there's other options for black in the position. Like rook a8 comes to mind, just to control the pawn first. Because the d pawn is very blockaded and very weak. It's not really going anywhere. So maybe what black tries to take the a pawn first, rook a4, rook a4, rook a4, bring the rook back to a5 eventually, and then go after this pawn. B pawn also might be a target too. So that's what is so tough about chess. And a lot of times these positions, like you feel like you're better, but you have to make decisions about how to actually convert. And you have to figure out, okay, which pawn do I try to take first? How do I maximize my winning chances here? And then sometimes you just see these guys play a move like King F7, it's just like, oh my God, it's like they don't take anything. They just improve their king. It's always very, very impressive. But still black to play right now. Felix using his time advantage to try and maximize his winning chances. Yeah, Rook CC5 was also a move here. Absolutely. Absolutely, Rook CC5. But keep in mind, black is only, he's still just winning his pawn back, right? This is the pawn that he sacrificed earlier with d5. So with Rook c5, he's just winning the pawn back. Rook a8 attempts to regain the pawn, but then leave white with a clear weakness in the future as well. So that's why Rook c8 I'm a bit drawn to because I feel like it might be more ambitious. Okay, he was reaching for the rook. It wasn't clear where he wanted to go, either Rook a8 or Rook cc5, but we're about to find out. I mean, he reached for the rook. His opponent even grabbed the pencil. So he's ready and okay, Rook a8 on the board. Yeah. So this feels quite ambitious because white doesn't have a great way to defend this a pawn. You really don't want to put the rook on b4 or a3 because it just walks into so many discovered attacks. So I would just kind of assume, yeah, knight f5 and anyway, white's not going to be able to hold on to the pawn here. So to me, this feels right. Like you're winning the a pawn, and then your remaining rook is very active on the a file. You can bring it back to a5, bring it to a6. King walks in. This feels like, yeah, white is clearly worse and really needs to be extremely precise here if they have a way to still save it. Yeah, question about why white played knight e1 and not knight b4. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. I'm sure the player had a reason. Maybe knight b5, maybe rook a5 anyway. It's hard to say. Maybe he wanted f4 and like to ideas of knight f3 in the future. So he might have thought his knight just has more of a future here. But yeah, so f6, a4, rook a8. And I think white is currently currently thinking here. But not a lot of time, less than 13 minutes on the clock, 30-second increment. So definitely has to start making moves a little bit faster here. Okay, you guys watch the video. Make sure we don't miss anything. Oh, there he goes. Oh, wait. He took on E5, FE, and knight F3 played. And I just saw Felix go rook takes D5. Okay, so knight F3 hits the pawn, forces black to take the pawn on D5, and now he has A5 under control, and he wants to come back and put pressure on this one. So material equal for the time being, but I do like black's structure here. Bishop go to F6. At some point, breaking with E4. If we can imagine, that would be very, very nice for all of black's pieces. White can go knight D2, try to play for like some knight E4, but knight on D6 there is controlling. So if knight D2, maybe bishop G5 even. Attacking, knight E4, let's say check. King goes somewhere. And in case of some kind of simplified endgame like this, I think black is doing extremely well, actually. Like really well. So the bishop is very strong, the rooks are very active, the d pawn is strong, and the knight just still hasn't found a decent square. Knight G3, G6, we can still kind of dominate this guy. White's pawns are under control, so it feels like at some point we might be able to win one. So this is kind of the type of endgame I think black is trying to steer towards slowly. So we'll see if he's successful. If not knight D2, knight E4, then black has bishop F6 and E4 break, or can bring the rook back to A5 and target white's weak pawns. There's also knight F5, knight E3 in the position, maybe rook C5, rook C2. So it feels like black just has a ton of ideas here. So white's rooks just feel very passive. Bishop F6, rook comes in, and yeah, white's rooks are just kind of spectating. So this is looking like great chances for Felix here. I think he'll be showing some technique. Opponent doesn't look happy. But opponent did make a move. Looks like there's knight on G3. So knight G3 played and rook C5, the response from Felix. So knight G3 maybe looking to occupy the E4 square with this knight, but rook C5 taking the C file and anticipating knight D2 maybe as the next move for white. So he can try to come in. Now to me actually this still looks very tricky. I'm not even sure how much black is better here. I do feel like black is better, but it's not clear just how much exactly. Because maybe white can go knight d2 now. Bring the knight to e4, where it has essentially a perfect square. So something like this could be white's intention. And then okay, black's bishop is still like not that bad. I think I still prefer black, but it doesn't feel that easy to push for the win. It feels like most of white's pieces are well placed, and white has ideas to break with a5, a6. So how exactly does black make progress here? So knight d2 now may be very possible. Bishop g5, come in, check, scooch over, take. Maybe something like this. Black manages to get the bishop to e3, very active square, and can continue to prosecute the position like this. But still not so easy. White will fix the back rank, go a5. It's hard to get to this d pawn. White has rook b5 maybe. Rook takes e5. Yeah, not the simplest position, I would say. So knight d2 I'm thinking here for white. But he's spending time. He's looking at other ideas as well. But what else might he be looking at? Because you definitely, I don't think, want to jump in with knight e4 right away because that really kind of improves black structure. He gets this protected passer on D4. So knight D2 definitely feeling like the key move here. As white approaches below 10 minutes for the rest of the game. 25 still here for Felix to try to convert. Key endgame here on board one. Let me check what's going on board two. Looks like board two drew. Actually, kind of as expected. I was thinking this feels very drawish. In fact, they didn't even make that many moves. 98 and draw was offered and agreed. So that means that the leader, Emil Risteski here, now has 5 points. So Krostov on 4.5, Felix on 4. If they draw, then Krostov continues to lead. If Felix wins, then he joins the leader. And Felix, I don't think has played the other I am so far, Emil. No, he hasn't. So he would likely play him in the next round. And then unclear with which color. Okay, we have a move. Camera got blurry. Looks like 92. Oh, we got to catch up. So it was here. It was here. Oh, it looks like this was the move order. So A4, Rook C8, and then in this position, it was where white didn't go knight B4. Where again, yeah, he could have. So knight E1, takes knight G3, and knight D2. And now black's turn here. So I think I'm expecting bishop G5, maybe rook C2, maybe rook over. Though he could have played this one. He could have played rook A5 here, actually. It's interesting that he didn't. I guess he thought there's no threat. Because whenever you take on A4, eventually white takes on E5. So he starts with this, knight D2, but now maybe he can switch over. Because now white's not hitting the E pawn. Okay, white can go back knight F3, but then black would kind of gain a tempo, could continue. But if this one, for example, then this would be just a pawn up for black, although white still has the blockade. Is rook C3 an idea? Actually, yeah, rook C3 definitely an idea as well. To put some pressure. Although white doesn't necessarily have to react here because everything is defended. So maybe white could just try to like bring the king in. But definitely a possibility because if takes, then this pawn can get very dangerous. Say knight e4. Maybe trade, maybe c2, maybe just c2. Then our rook is coming in, but yeah, not sure. I feel like white is still kind of keeping control. So 92. Okay, Felix thinking here. How can you try to get anything? Yeah, to me, it feels like white is defending very well. But black here needs some kind of construction to play for the win. Some kind of concept. Okay. Felix now in the tank. 21 minutes versus 11. So soon he's going to equalize with the opponent. It's just going to be a sharp endgame struggle. Almost an endgame sparring session, if you will. So what can black do here? Rook c2, rook a5, bishop g5, rook c3. Maybe some knight c8 as well. Knight c8, I don't really believe in going backwards. It doesn't quite feel right. Yeah, to me it feels like bishop g5 is the most pressing move. So 94, we give check. Let's say here, because king f1 just feels extremely dangerous to allow all this. Okay, I'm not totally sure what's happening here. We have a lot of stuff hanging. But I guess we still have takes and... Oh, actually, this is actually mate. This is actually checkmate on the board, guys. Checkmate ends the game because the king has no squares. So king h1. And okay, now we activated our bishop. Maybe like rook c8, for example. Just like, again, playing for this checkmate idea. Not many people know this. So I don't know, maybe h3. What's that? Check. What would be happening here? Check. Oh, there's knight c5. Excuse me. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, earlier I was looking at this and like I was like, oh, why don't we just threaten checkmate? Yeah, knight c5, of course. Excuse me. Hmm. Okay, so then we'd have to take. Oh, hold on, rook a4. Oh, there's tactics galore in this position, guys. Rook a4. Okay, chat's finally waking up. And Felix is about to make a move. He's reaching. He's reaching. And some hesitation. Oh, with this, it feels like, okay, then definitely we go bishop g5 here. And realize the tactics are instantly working for black. Gotta go here. Then rook a4. Hmm. Is this all forced? Yeah, bishop g5. I mean, white kind of has to go knight e4. Maybe other knight goes to e4. Bishop G5 played. Yeah, go Felix. So he's figuring all this stuff out. For sure he's spotted this one. Because he's actually playing, like he's in the game. Maybe knight GE4? I don't know if this makes huge difference though. So Rook A4, take on C5, take Rook B1. Feels like black has some pressure at least, but it's not so clear. For instance, and actually something like this, it's like white could easily just be winning all of a sudden. So still have to be careful for black. But knight G4 is a hard move to make. I mean, you really want to go knight D4. It's like that was like the whole maneuver. And then on this one, you're leaving this guy a bit loose. But okay, everything is hanging, so it's still kind of concrete. Maybe takes first and then takes here. Oh, sorry, check first. And then takes and takes like this. Rook goes somewhere. I feel like this is quite good for black, actually. Rook comes down to second rank, and then Rook A2 is coming. And how do you defend second rank? 94 is pretty, but black is safe. Okay, 96 maybe. But I think black is much faster here because this is already mate threat. So. Oh, this Rook A4 is a huge problem for white. And yeah, he's thinking on Bishop G5 because on knight E4, black is just very forcing. Actually, either knight to E4, yeah, just trades. You don't even have to keep the knight on D6. You can trade also and take on A4. And then just bring the rooks down to the second rank. Oh, so this is getting very, very tough for white all of a sudden. Very, very tough. Rook on B3 is like totally out of the game. Like it just can't move. Okay, now that I say that, there's this in here with like last ditch threats. H6. And how do you defend G2? Okay, how about knight Ge4 check king F1? Possible, possible. But I feel like white's king here is still pretty unsafe. Like knight takes E4, knight E4, and then check and takes this one. So this is a disaster for white. I think king F1 is a disaster. So pretty much has to go king H1 and just take their chances in these Rook A4 lines. Oh, knight F1 played. So he avoids all the back rank drama with knight F1. Probably a prudent move. Probably a very prudent move here for white. So now check. He can maybe move over, maybe he takes. But yeah, less scary for white, and now black doesn't have this rook takes A4. But now black is totally in control, and E4 square is covered too, because on knight E4 you just take, and we have a nice pawn on D4. So this is looking like full control for black. And there's a lot of options now. Rook C3, Rook C2, Rook C8 still possible, Rook A5 still possible. Knight F5, okay, it's knight E4, have to be careful. Rook C2. Let's look at Rook C2. If knight E4, trade. And this looks like really nice for black because the knight is dominated. Maybe Rook A5 just to start. Can pull back this one as well. Looks nice for black, I would say. Is Felix about to make a move? So yeah, Rook C2 doesn't look half bad. Maybe knight F3, check, take, knight takes E5. Not so sure. Okay, he's reaching. He's pulling his hand out. Looks like he's going for one of the rooks. Who is here when that was a bad bishop? Rook A6 played. Rook A6 played. Okay, just increasing the pressure. Ooh, very unpleasant move for an opponent that's in time trouble. Not making any direct threats, but just increasing the pressure. Nice. I'm going to say this is the second Grandmaster move of the game. First one was D5. This feels like number two because this move was not on our radar at all. Now black also maybe just wants to like bring the king in. King F7 I would have accepted as well as a Grandmaster move. So imagine black gets the king to D5, then the knight on D2 is under total control. You can pull the king back to C6 and yeah, everything starts working. Now knight C8 becomes an idea again, actually to just go after this pawn as well. So knight C8 back into the picture too. Very unpleasant situation here for white, I think due to the time and position on the board also not so easy. Okay, I think King F2 played. Guys, we got to watch the cameras, make sure we don't miss a move. So King F2, white brings the king out first, showing his knowledge of classic principles. He wants to use his king in the endgame. Definitely looks like a reasonable choice. How does Felix continue here? Is he going for knight c8 or is he also just going to keep squeezing with the king? Okay, he's sitting upright. That's a sign that king f7 is coming. Let's see. No move yet. Just want to see how's my boy Zach doing? Zach, let's quickly check in with Zach. Zach close to breaking through. We had this position. Oh, and he went bishop e2. He went prophylaxis here, defending g4. Rook c2 played by Felix. So f4, f5 happened. g5 now, full breakthrough. h5, and yeah, it feels like it's just a matter of time before white getting in here. Both rooks in the game. So this looks like a good win for chess nerd fans, for those that are following. Okay, let's get back to our game. So where are we at? We had bishop g5, knight f1, rook a6, king f2, rook c2 played, king e1 played. King E1. Now black's turn. I'm actually thinking the knight starts to jump forward here, like knight f5, knight e3. Looks extremely tempting. I'm starting to think here black should be playing against the king. It's now a bit of a shame the rook is on a6. It'd be so nice to have this rook to be able to switch over to the f file or double up on the c file. Because knight c8 now, white's just going a5. Is there ideas of an e4 break? Pawn takes. Pawn takes. So yeah, knight f5, knight e3 looks like the most pressing. Do we have other options? Because maybe white is going king d1. Knight f5, king d1. And the rook is kind of forced back. Yeah, I'm not like totally clear on the vision behind rook c2 because king e1, king d1, and just kicking the rook back, right? And so are we just going back to c6 here? In which case, what was the point? But maybe that's what he wants. Maybe he wants rook c6, start going after the pawn. Yeah, we're now getting into the time trouble phase for both sides. 14 minutes for black, 7 minutes for white. Okay, a reach from Felix. No. Psychs his opponent out and oh, bishop d8. The bounce back. Full bounce back. Bishop d8. Wow. He's saying this pawn is mine. So king d1, I think he goes with rook c5 here. Cover a5 square, and then he's just gonna go after the pawn. He's like, all right, you're too passive. I'm gonna go after the pawn then. Bishop d8. Karpov. King d1 played. And now I'm expecting rook c5, maybe rook c3. It's a possibility too, but I think the c pawn is now going to get rounded up. I'm thinking rook c5 here. Keep control. Looks like Felix is close to making a move. Reaching for the rook, opponent grabs the pen. Always an awkward moment. Do I write rook on my score sheet even though he didn't touch it yet? I know he's going to move the rook, so I save some time. And Felix hesitates, so maybe he's thinking about rook c6 to provoke a5, but not sure. Maybe this to provoke a5. So then you win the a pawn and the b pawn. He's trying to squeeze here, folks. I mean, these details matter. But rook c5 first, don't quite see the issue here. So he's spending time, precious seconds to figure out these details, but this could be seconds more useful later on. I think Felix has played a very nice game, by the way, so far. I mean, to be able to squeeze a position that he had for a win, I think not so easy. My only critique is that maybe he could have had this with even more time. He does go rook c6. So he does go rook c6. So he wants to take the pawn with a rook and get his rook on the b file. So he wants extra pawn with a rook on the b file. And he's saying that a5, he's going to go rook a5. And that white's not going to be able to defend this pawn. So this is where it gets really difficult for white because now it feels like white's losing a pawn and he has to figure out how to lose it in the least worst manner. But does he still have knight f3 or something like this? Or is black just going knight f7, just defending his own weakness and saying you can't stop rook b6? If rook b1, then a pawn falls. If a5, rook c5. Yeah, very difficult moment for white here. I like rook c6 actually, because it continues to pose some questions, some very uncomfortable questions for the white player. Now he only has about 6 minutes to deal with them. Maybe even less, actually. Maybe even less. Oh, and a5 actually, yeah, doesn't even defend the pawn. We can still take. It's a great point. We can still take because of the pin. Although I think, this might also be interesting just to try to take both pawns, but yeah, absolutely. Rook takes b6 followed by rook b5 looks fantastic for black. So a5 not a move even. So then what is white reduced to here? Knight f4, knight f3, knight f7. So knight f3, knight f7 black is playing. And then maybe knight d2, maybe like this, just playing for compensation. Here, knight d2, we take. Yeah, no, I think black is winning a pawn here. Absolutely. So the question is, how does white try to defend? Okay, we have a move. Looks like knight g3 played. So just going for the back to this e4 square. He's saying, all right, you're going to take the pawn, but I'll at least get knight to e4. Felix ready to take a pawn. He does take, looks like with c rook. And now I'm expecting either trades, because knight e4 you are overloaded. Yeah, Felix playing very good so far. Okay, rook takes b6 on the board. I would probably expect rook takes to stay active. But maybe there's some point behind bishop takes. But no, rook takes feels correct. If a5, you can go back rook a6, and a pawn will be weak. So yeah, rook takes b6 played. And now I think white's idea is that he wants to bring one of his knights to e4. He wants to force a trade of knights, get the knight to e4, and at least have good knight against bad bishop. But it's extra pawn for black, and there's rook b2 looming as well. So I'm not even sure if he can go either knight to e4 right now because of simple knight takes, and then rook b2. And this feels like white's losing too much. Bishop a5. I mean, it's not like 100% clear, but it feels really nice for black. Yeah, if knight g4, then I would 100% consider and probably play knight f5. So I think keeping the knights on the board would be nice. Knight c4. Maybe check anyway. Something like this. Checking f3, take. And it's one pawn, possibly two pawns. White has good knight, though the bishop now, I mean, the position's so open. The bishop is not so unreasonable here. But yeah, it's still, I think it would be very concrete. I feel like, yeah, it comes down to some very key lines. 94 not played yet. But yeah, we have this on the board and kind of expecting this one, but then maybe just takes rook b2. It's just really difficult for white to deal with. So he might want to start with king c2, but then there's check and rook c3 even. e2. But here black maybe, well, black already has the extra pawn here, maybe is getting getting further. Oh, it looks like knight g4 on the board. Okay, so rook b6, knight g4 is live position. He went eval is that black is up a pawn, and I think great winning chances because we're up a pawn and the rook is potentially about to break through with rook b2. Because now that I'm thinking about it, take, take. Yeah, well, if rook b2 here, then we have some kind of attack. Even this one is working because on knight c4 again we have this trick. Rook takes g2 and rook g1 is a key threat, winning very important tempo. So this would be good for black. And yeah, otherwise bishop a5 takes. So 94 on the board, and now it feels like the simple knight takes e4 and rook b2 is nice. Of course, white can also um, take back like this, but this is a great structure for black, I feel. Maybe rook b2 anyway. King c1. Maybe this first. Something like this. King e2. Yeah, I think black still needs to be very precise here. Zach won. Okay, bravo, Zach. Yeah, his position looked crushing. So knight ge4. Knight f5 we has an option as well, but then knight c4 maybe is not so easy to deal with for black. So take, pawn takes. If knight e4, knight e4, rook b2, rook c1, also very possible. Maybe this is white's intention to take and go rook c1. Knight e4 on the board, by the way. So they have traded knights, and knight takes e4. And rook b2, rook c1 on the board. Wow, guys, we're guessing everything. We're guessing everything without the eval, even. How's that possible? Okay, rook c1 played. Both players under 10 minutes. Did Felix anticipate this rook c1, and does he have a response in mind? He could move the bishop. Bishop e7, let's say. Rook here, and then bring the king. This rook b2 is not really going anywhere. Then there's the question about this endgame, rook c2. What would be going on here? Here, I would feel like white has actually very decent chances to hold because the knight on e4 is so strong. Maybe white plays g4. Oh, but it's black to play, so maybe h5. King f7. King f7 played. Okay, very logical. Kind of steps out of the back rank. So now if rook c8, he can go bishop a5. And everything is very active. So question here, does white want to go rook c2? It looks like rook c2 on the board. Yeah. So Felix is about to answer this question. Fortunately for him, he can, let's say, give check or drop back rook b4, rook b3. He does have options here, like rook b4, for example, to try and keep the rooks on the board if he doesn't think he has good winning chances with rook takes c2. Honestly, I'm not sure. Rook c2, king c2. If you're too frisky with the king, you might lose the b pawn. Although here the knight is kind of trapped, so like I'm not even sure what's happening here. Looks like white's okay, actually. So Takes, takes. And if king goes this way, then white can play g4. And this is kind of just like a classic strategy with the knight to box the king out. So rook b4 played. So yeah, that explains that. So here it's like black would be up a pawn, but very difficult to win because it's just white has this fortress on the king side. So rook b4 played, looking to keep the winning chances alive. It feels like white is actually doing maybe black had something better than this. It feels like this isn't the most that black could have achieved. He is up a pawn and he has this active rook. Maybe it's still fine, but it does feel like white is kind of closer to holding than it felt like before. But big time pressure for white. I mean, he's got under 3 minutes. Rook c5 played. So he continues to find nice active moves and he threatens the e-pawn. But maybe this is a trade that black is happy to make. Maybe black is happy to take the a pawn off so that he gets to pass b pawn. Although I don't know, white has rook takes e5 and then rook comes back to b5 with the blockade. If all the pieces are traded off, does black win the pawn endgame? Yeah, if you trade off all the pieces, black would have the extra pawn. Generally, that would be winning for black, especially if he has the pass b pawn. Kind of depends on where the pawns stand, but extra pawn, king, and pawn endgame would be kind of like black's best chance. We do get the swap, so rook takes a4, rook takes e5 played. At this point, both sides are basically just down to a couple minutes and the 30-second increment. So these guys do not have a lot of time. If they trade kings, it's a draw. Yeah, that's true. Okay, Felix hovering over the bishop. Where's it gonna go? Bishop a5, bishop e7, bishop e7, bishop e7 played. Putting the bishop 3 squares away from the knight, a classic distance in order to dominate the knight. Very, very good strategy. Now I would expect rook to b5 in order to blockade the pawn. But there's still rook a2 in the position. Hold on, guys. There's a rook a2. Rook a2 is a huge threat. If black's rook can break through to the king side, it'd be all over. So white here needs to make sure that he has rook a2 under control. Okay, he made a move. Looks like king d2 or king e2. King e2. Okay, so for rook a2 check, he has king f3. Yeah, very important move for white, king e2. But this is a healthy extra pawn for black. Now he can give check and get behind. He can go rook b4. So for example, we can do this. Start running the b pawn, but white has rook d5. So actually not so healthy. Not so healthy. And maybe black even starts asking whether they can give the pawn back, but try to win with the b pawn, which is possible. The bishop is supporting the pawn, but very difficult to say on low time. Okay, rook b4 played. So he's just holding on to both pawns for the meantime. And he's asking how white wants to play the position. But I think white has decent drawing chances because it's hard for black to make progress. You know, it's a bit awkward. He can push b5, but then the rook is going to be stuck on b4. But rook d5, king e6. So there's still lots of ways for white to go wrong here as well. Okay, king f3 played. Rook b3. Hitting the pawn on d3. And he's asking for white to go back to e2. But then is he going to go b5? Because rook to d5 is now a threat. As soon as black doesn't keep this pawn defended on d4, rook d5 becomes a threat. But then maybe he goes back. So actually maybe this is Felix's idea. Okay, knight f2 played. But maybe his point was that he wants to go b5, rook d5, rook b4, and then he has king e6. It is a nice annoying move here to harass white's rook. And then he can keep making progress. So that is an extra pawn for black. And if he's holding on to it, then he's got good winning chances. Okay, knight f2 played. But knight f2 feels like an achievement. Now black gets bishop f6. I guess why he wants to go king e4, go after the pawn with the king. But still, bishop f6 is there. And the rook to b2 if the king strays too far. So it feels like black can go b5. Okay, starts with bishop d6. Now this endgame is heating up, guys. Both sides down to about 2, 3 minutes here, playing on the increment. And yeah, they're going to have to come up with some quick moves. If rook d5, king e6. Wait, no, d4 is hanging. So rook d5. What's going on? What's going on rook d5? Does he want to just take on h2, just trade those pawns? He goes rook h5. I guess white wasn't really interested in this trade. Instead goes rook h5. Yeah, I thought rook d5 there looked fine, but okay. Again, they have very little time. Now I'm expecting either king g6 or h6 from Felix. King g6 kind of invites white to go back rook d5. So maybe just h6 now. Okay, h6 played. And now what? If king e4, he can go back rook b2, force the king to f3, and then think about starting to push the b pawn. And yeah, black just needs a couple moves with this pawn. He's winning the game. b5, b4, b3, rook moves b2. So big endgame here. Big endgame battle. White's trying to defend. g3 on the board. Okay, so you're starting to shore up the king side a bit. And king e6 from Felix. King e6 looks like a great move. Grandmaster move. Now waiting on a move here for white. King e4 feels logical. Then rook b2. It can come to g4. Rook h4 played. Rook h4 with the rook. Something white didn't like about king e4. Now black maybe strengthens everything. Bishop e5, followed by b5. Bishop e5, knight g4. Not so clear. No, then you can take bishop e5 maybe. Come on, Felix. He's reaching. Bishop e5 play. Now king e4, rook b2. Knight g4, he can give check. Keep control. So white down to the increment here. Has to make a move. b5, b4 coming. Yeah, it's starting to feel very difficult for white. Or rook h5. Okay, still fighting. Now maybe rook b2, just to keep white. But maybe he wants knight g4. Okay, what just happened? Bishop f6, rook c5. Bishop e7. Felix continuing to maneuver. Where's the rook going? Oh, he played rook a5, or he hovered but then hesitated, but then plays it anyway. I think making sure that this doesn't come with some kind of wayward double attack. Can Felix squeeze this? Okay, here comes the b pawn. b6, very patient. Rook a7. White now playing quickly, building up some time on the clock. Now, how does black continue here? Problem is he would like to just keep pushing the pawn forward. But then white's gonna start, white always has some idea, like king e4, knight e4 to get in. So king e4 here is kind of the issue, then knight g4. So how are we gonna make progress here as black? Bishop f6 maybe? Defend everything ahead of time? Feels like it might be black's approach, bishop f6, and try to get the king, although I feel like the bishop is very useful on e7. Okay, bishop f6 played. How are we evaluating this endgame? I mean, I think good winning chances for black here. Up the pawn, and we have low time. So anything can really happen in low time, but I would say it's like 50-50 black wins this. Because there's no obvious way for white to liquidate, and yeah, game continues. So Felix here just needs to avoid allowing some kind of simplification into like rook endgame, and then you would have some chances. Okay, king e4 played, rook b2. Now maybe knight g4. Rook e2 check, king f3. So knight g4. This would be an attempt to make a draw right away. To try to take here, bail out into the rook endgame. Knight g4 played. And now what can Felix find here? Maybe he goes back, bishop e7 with the sneaky trick, king d4, rook b4 check. But bishop e7, white can just sit, rook a6. Just ask, what are you doing? Maybe h5 though. Maybe h5. So maybe some trickies here with bishop e7. Threatening h5. Bishop e7 and then oh no, my pawn. Okay, rook e2 check played. I think bishop e7 was interesting though, because he kind of threatened this one. Maybe a sneaky threat, like rook a6, h5. And black is winning. But instead we got here, king f3, rook d2 back. Okay, expecting king e4 now though. And then what's the big deal? King e4 coming. And now we don't have bishop e7, rook b4 check idea because king takes d4. So white thinking here, but why not king e4? h5, knight f6. King e4 played. And now what does Felix have? Yeah, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure I get the idea behind Rook D2. I think this Bishop E7 might have been a nice trick. So I'm not seeing what White was gonna do there. Actually, this Bishop E7 and H5 was yeah, to me it looked like it was posing some problems for White. Now if H5, there's knight takes F6. So Felix here is reaching. Okay, goes Rook E2 check again. Repeats once, King F3. Then maybe he's gonna bring his rook back. Rook goes to E1. Okay, so he's tempting his opponent into the rook and pawn endgame. So knight f6, king f6, then he has rook e3 check. But what if he starts with rook a6 here? Goes rook b7. Also good. I feel like Felix has kind of lost the advantage here. Probably they're just, I mean, they're on the increment, so that's the issue. But yeah, I'm not seeing how Black has improved here. Unless, I mean, unless he's got some super bishop d8. I don't think he has though. Can you go h5? Take, rook b6, king comes up, but there's still going to be checks. So rook f1 check. Not liking this at all. White maybe can even go back, but I think he's going to go king e4. The rook king game really depends, but for example, if this one, then yeah, I think White's totally fine here because he has a lot of checks, and even if Black gets rook e3, and I think it's unlikely that Black is winning this one, but just as an example, White can just defend passively, and I think he's totally fine here. Okay, so rook f1, king went to wait, what happened? Wait, I missed some moves, guys. Okay, so it's check, king e4, check, king f3, and then rook b1 played, just holding on to the pawn. And then what happened? King e4. Oh, and bishop e7 now. Ah, so he spots this bishop e7 idea here. And now h5 is still a problem. H5 is still a threat here. So yeah, I thought he could have done this earlier, but now he finds another chance to do it. And White has to figure something out here because h5 is a big problem. So he gave a lot of checks, sputters around, rook goes to b7, and then finally he finds his bishop e7 idea. And now what is White supposed to do? Because h5 is a big threat. You can't take here because of rook b4 check. Maybe you can just go back, king f3. But at least h5 Black plays, knight f2, g5, Black can start trying to reset up and trying to make some progress again, like with the b pawn. Maybe h5, knight f2, and then just b5. Okay, White under pressure here. Still some more questions to answer. Felix still knocking. Okay, let's see what he does. Reaching, reaching, reaching. H4 played. So he creates a square on H2 for the knight. So if H5, he still has knight H2 here. Okay, H5 played. And I think knight H2 is gonna happen. Knight E5 would not be good because of check. Then rook E5, or even simpler bishop D6, but rook E5 also good in view of rook E7, king takes. And this endgame should be good for black with the outside pass pawn. Although maybe here was possible, but maybe we can start with this one. So H5, expecting knight H2 here. Oh, actually, I guess knight F2 is also possible as well. Okay, reaching, reaching, reaching. Knight H2. Okay, folks, unfortunately, I do have to run here. I've got a class to get to. Um, but I think we'll keep the game up. And Felix here looking like he has very good winning chances still because he's kept his B pawn alive. And there's still enough in the position with the kingside weaknesses in particular as well. I think he might be able to squeeze this out. Cool. Yeah, apologies, I gotta run. I didn't realize it would cut so close, but yeah. Folks, I'll be with you back here tomorrow for round 7. I'm hoping Felix wins this one, so we'll see him on 5 points. But yeah, I'll leave you guys to watch the video and close the game out. So thanks all for joining me, and I will see you all tomorrow. Take care, folks.